Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Testing. We're good. Alrighty. Why is my volume so low? Hello, 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 hello. Hello. All right, that's good. We're gonna go ahead and finish this project. So we have a maxed. We're gonna go ahead and copy these two. I'm gonna come down here, and then I don't think I need this for. And then for my post, our flex direction is going to be column. So once we get down to that mobile, or I guess we don't really need that, don't we? We don't really need that. What I do want to do is go into my post. No, it's not post. It's profile. It'll be profile. It should be okay. Profile info. And then we'll say flex direction column. Or is that my HTML? Here's profile content. Matter of fact, what is this? This is profile content. That should be I don't understand why this isn't applying. Oh, that's why. Profile __ content. There we go. And then my profile should also flex direction of column. And then we'll do align items center, or I guess stretch. No, let's do center. Center. And then for my dot profile underscore post button, we'll do align self to stretch. There we go. And then for our post button, we'll do justify content center. align item, center. To dot profile info, and then we'll do align items to center. There we go, and then change the avatar to be, say, dot profile underscore avatar. Change that to width the pixels. And then the I will change this to font size pixels. What is this? 32. Fix. We'll change the gap to 0 and then just use margin. So let's say gap 0. Just to remove all that, and then we'll just use margin. All right, so say margin bottom 6 pixels. And then we'll come in here, profile underscore IO, and say margin bottom. I think that was 36 pixels. Yeah, and then we'll do profile underscore edit button, say margin bottom. And then also what we want to do is we want to copy this media query. We'll come into our page. I think I have padding on this, don't I? Don't I have padding on this? Or do I have padding on my profile? No, it should have it on my page, right? What is this on? Oh, that's on my main. And then let's see, what is the padding on this? 20 pixels, 34, 80, 40. So it'll be, so I'm changing the 34 to adding 20 pixels. Oops. Main. Adding 20 pixels, and then it's going to be, I think that's also 20 pixels on the side over here. No, 16 pixels. Be 16 pixels. And I think that's it, right? So I'll make this bigger. Then I'll come in here, add a transition, say 0.3 seconds. I guess we'll just say padding 0.3 pixels seconds, and then we'll do ease in. We just go to our project and we'll just copy this to hide our caption. And then let's go test it to make sure it's all good. So I'll go into one of our captions here. We'll say lorem 20. Let's see how that looks. Oh, that's oh, we also need to go in our our gallery, and then give this a grid autofill. Say one as far. I guess we'll say max content. No. No, it wouldn't be max content. It'd be, grid cheat sheet. Oh, I also need to change my grid column. So I'll say row gap, and then change that to, what is it again? 20 pixels. I'll give this a onto our post caption, and then give our line height 0.2. let's say max width of 288 minus 20, so 260 with 268 pixels. Why does this get smaller like that? Hmm. Say justify content and then say flex end. Yeah, see these last two are getting smaller. Is it doing this? The fuck is going on? Okay, attack normal. Why is it doing that? Hmm. What? Why is it doing that? We gotta do left. The footer. Index, and we'll say at import URL box slash footer.css. Just come into our footer, and then we'll look at, let me see, 60, 60. So really it's just centered. Okay. So say align, do display of flex, align item center, justify content center. Here this should just be centered just like that. Footer underscore copyright. What's the color of this? Let's say color. We'll say take the margin off. 16 pixels, we'll say line height 1. We also want to check the line height of our, so 20 pixels, that's 1. Everything should really have a, what's this called, of 1, a line height of 1. We'll say adding block, and then we'll say 60 pixels. That's desktop. Make sure we don't have any horizontal scroll bars. We're good. Go mobile. Mobile, no touch. What's the difference? Nice. I think we're about done, honestly. We're gonna go ahead and submit this. We're gonna say get status. Add. Say get commit. Um, Get push. Go ahead and try to submit and see what happens. Let's go watch YouTube while we wait for that.
It's so wild to me how some tools will track literally everything except whether you're going to miss that deadline.
I said 10,000 likes for a part 2. Y'all hit me with 12 like it was nothing, so we're back. High school's over, but some people never get the memo. Some disappeared off the face of the earth, and some turned into full-blown adults overnight. And some are still acting like they're late to third period. So this is the types of people after high school.
I'm sure they won't mind if I just go through this. Wait, you say I have access to the rest of the thing, but I don't. Or do I? Well, what's the issue? Oh. Mine is 0%. What the heck? What does this look like?
Part 2, let's get into it. Starting things off, we have the one who got hot. This person went from a yearbook background character to main character overnight. In high school, this person was either invisible or fugly. Now they're a walking thirst trap. You blinked and they hit a glow-up montage straight up out of a Netflix original. The girl who got hot, used to be low-key. The hoodie up, messy bun, never talked. Now, full-blown glow-up. She figured out makeup, skincare, gym, fashion, everything. She's posting just felt cute selfies that looks like they're out of magazine covers. Every guy who ignored her is now in her DMs like, we should catch up. Sweating, smiling emoji. And she knows she got hot. She's not cocky about it, but the silent confidence is dangerous. You see her at a party and you're like, wait, was she always this pretty? She wasn't. She evolved. Dudes who used to curve her popping out like, remember me? Yeah, bro, she remembers. She ignoring you on purpose. She went from, can I borrow a pencil to, how does she already have 80K on Instagram? And then there's the dude who glowed up, and it was like in high school, this guy looked like a soggy breadstick. He had a bad haircut, so many pimples on his face. These pimples were probably in a Discord call talking to each other. He wore the same hoodie every day like it was a uniform, said maybe 5 words a semester. Then he graduated and became a problem. He started lifting, grew a beard, got a low taper fade.
That low taper fade, meme is, dude, it is still massive.
This might be the best website to learn new tech skills and how to code. This is Codecademy, an interactive platform where you can learn how to code in more than 12 different languages. From beginners to advanced, they have resources for everyone. You can learn about topics like building apps, data analytics, and Gen AI, and the lessons are really easy to follow. Courses are at your own pace.
Yeah. Massive.
Learned how to dress. Now he looks like a walking Instagram explore page. And hey, no homo, obviously, but hey, he's killing it, all right? You check his socials, it's gym pics, clean fits, and thirst traps with 0 caption. The craziest part, he's still chill, he's still humble. You can't even hate, you just gotta dap him up and be like, congrats, bro, you're getting bitches now. Next up, we got the military guy. You blinked, and suddenly this dude was in uniform. Didn't say goodbye, didn't post about leaving, just vanished and popped back up, saluting a flag in the middle of a desert. Now his entire Instagram feed is just flexing in camo and squinting into the sun. Captions like, new scenery, same mindset, US flag. You're in Kuwait, calm down. Always trying to...
All right, now we're going to go to Leetcode and see if we can go back and solve this. Top K frequent elements. Encode and decode strings. Okay, so we want to loop, I'm going to say while not, and then we'll say separator, which is going to be a, right, while not separator. We'll say const I equals 0. We'll say while str of I does not equal, and then say that. No. We'll say while we want to loop through the entire string, right? And then we'll say while yeah, we want to say while I is less than the string dot length. And then we'll create a variable and then call it length, right? We'll just say let length, or yeah, let length equal an empty string. And then we'll say while I does not equal a we'll do length cluster equals, and then we'll do string of I, right? So we want to loop over the entire string, right? But before we actually add anything to our decoded strings, we want to get the number, right? So the length that comes before the separator. In order to do that, you have to first of all loop through the entire string. To CS references, go to JavaScript. We'll go to string methods. So I kind of forgot what these means. What is the difference between substring? It's similar to slice. The difference is that the start and end value is less than 0. I mean, you can use slice. And we just want to add nums of I to length, right? And we're going to change this. We're going to say right, and then once we get to the point where I does equal the separator, we want to add 1. And we'll say I plus plus. We'll do I plus plus. And then we'll say decoded dot push, and then we'll push wait, no, not Mississippi. And then actually no, right here we want to say length equals number, or I guess we'll do parse int, and then we'll pass in length. Um, It's a 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then the length, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I can use substring. That makes sense. So the first value you pass in is the index. The second value you passed in is the length. Right? So I can do str dot string, and then it'll be the length. No. It'll be the, what's wrong with this? Oh, it's deprecated. That's dumb. Okay. So let's say we have a string that is like this, right? So it'll go 4, we'll say long, we'll say 3, we'll say eat, we'll say 5, we'll say yacked, right? So how this will work, it'll go, I didn't even run it. What? How do I get this off my screen? So it'll start here and it'll say, okay, while I does not equal, what's this called? The separator. It'll loop once. Okay, well, it equals the separator. And then it'll go one more, right? Because no, it wouldn't. It would run, add one more, so then it'll equal the separator. Now I have to add one more. I guess I could just say I plus 1 here, right? And then 0 base index. The substring includes the carries up to, but not including, right? So I have to go I plus length plus 1. Right, so if it's not including, right, so it'll be 0, 1, 2. Right, so we'll start at 2, and then 3, 4, 5. So it would have to equal 6. Or could I just do something like this? I can do parse int length plus 1. And then I wouldn't have to put that in here, right? So then I'll just say I plus length, right? So it'll go, okay, loop through the entire string, right? Does it equal the separator? No, it adds 1. Okay, it equals the separator, so now we come down here. So now the length equals parse int I plus 1, right? Let me go check on let me go type conversion. There should be a type conversion thing in here, right? Type conversion. guess I could just go number methods. Would it be string methods? Parse int. All right, so it'll loop through the entire string. And it'll say, okay, well, does it equal the separator? No, it doesn't equal the separator, right? Therefore, it increases by 1. Okay, it equals the separator. We come down here, we add 1 to our length. So now our length equals 5, right? So what I'll do here, I'll set this equal to index. No. It wouldn't be index. It would just be the length. It would just be the length. Right, we'll convert that to an int, and then we'll add 1 to it, and then we'll use string.substring. Right, we add 1, boom. We add 1, okay, and then we go to I plus length. Right, so I would be 0, 1, 2, and the length would be 4, right? So we'll go 1, 2, 3, 4. I plus length. 1, 2, 3, 4. No. We go to I plus length, right? So I plus length would equal, okay, so this is 2, and then length would equal 4, so we would go to index 6, or index 5 actually. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then it would add that to our decoded strings, right? And then what we want to do is increase I by 1. Or where is our I actually? No, yeah, our I is here. No. Our I is still here actually, because we haven't gone there yet. So now we would have to do I plus, if we want to go from a 1 to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If we want to go from 1 to 6, we would have to add the length, which is 5. Right? So then we'll do I plus or equals length, right? Because we already added that extra 1. And then it'll just loop over again and go through it again. Okay. We're going to try to run this, see what happens. Assignment to constant variable. What's going on? Oh, that's why. Oh, we didn't even actually write it. I'm dumb. What I'll do, I'll just go ahead and uncomment this and then kind of just fill it in. And then we'll say in here, we'll say length plus or equals str str of I, and then we'll go I plus plus. And then we have to just take this and put that in quotes. Go ahead and delete that. And then we have to take this And then put this in quotes, actually. Then actually, we have to take all of this and then put that inside of this top loop. Assignment to constant variable. I guess we have to say let up here. I don't understand what's going on here. Oh, I didn't return. Decode it. No, that's not it. What is going on? Why is this saying 13 killed? Oh, okay, I see. Wow. It's TR of I. No. Wow. Aha. We got it.
recruit you on Snapchat like it's a side quest. Bro, you ever think about joining? Great benefits, travel the world, real discipline. No man, I get winded walking to the mailbox. Also, I'm not built for boot camp. I physically groan when my DoorDash driver has trouble getting into my building and I have to get up out of my bed. And somehow this guy's turned into a full-blown motivational speaker. Wakes up at 4 a.m., takes cold showers, does push-ups on gravel for fun. Went from being late first period every day to calling civilians soft. He posts a pic holding a rifle with the caption, "Earned, not given," like he didn't fail sophomore algebra. And yeah, he's a little intense now, but low-key, he found his thing. He's got a purpose, a routine, a jawline. You can't even hate. You just scroll past his posts like, damn, good for him, but please stop trying to enlist me, bro. Next up, we have the spiritual awakening. This person went from high school gossip to full-on crystal healer. Used to start drama in the group chat. Now they're starting their mornings with gratitude journaling and turmeric shots. They say things like, Mercury's in retrograde. That's why my ex came back and my tire popped. Every day it's a new moon phase and a new personality. They post Instagram stories with soft piano music and captions like protecting my peace. They do breath work, burn sage, talk to rocks, and give off the energy of someone who's either deeply enlightened or slowly losing it. 1 month they're Buddhist, the next they're microdosing in Costa Rica with a guy named River. They treat astrology like a blood type. Sorry I ghosted, I'm a Pisces rising with a wounded Venus. They talk like they've been through 7 divorces and 4 lifetimes, always posting blurry.
Well, thanks for taking the time to meet today.
I can't believe I'm being laid off.
You're actually being fired. We're actually firing all the DEI hires.
Oh, now you're calling me a DEI hire?
I mean, it says so in your job title.
I'm a software developer.
In my system here, it says you're an equity developer. So your health insurance ends this Friday and...
Stock equity.
Excuse me?
Like I develop software on the stock equity portal for a company?
Well, you're welcome to follow up with HR over email and take care of it.
I'm sorry, did you just control F for everybody that has the words diversity, equity, or inclusion in their job title and decide we're all gonna get fired today?
I'm on your side, and it's clearly a total mess, and leadership has no clue what they're doing, okay?
Okay, so how are we gonna fix this?
Because if we fire all the DEI women, who's gonna take notes at the meetings?
Oh, that's not...
Well, thanks.
Rondo and Drew is a good comparable, but I just think Rondo edges him.
Rondo edges Drew?
Yes.
Rondo with the fake. Oh, what a beauty.
No way. When Rondo won it in the bubble, he was off the bench. He was a help me.
Statistically, dog, that Rondo...
Hello? No, I don't think
He
so.
played with the greatest players of all time.
So it's true.
No, he's not.
What?
Not in his career coming up like that.
Drew played with prime Greek.
He's out here starting lineup, and he was out here in the runs late. Rondo
was in his second year. You know that, right? You know that, right?
Drew Holiday's in the game whenever this game is on the line.
So was Rondo. You didn't watch the games.
I watching
Lord,
the game.
Lord, you ain't watching the games, Lord. Like, I don't know who's a better
He's
defender.
not a better defender. No way. Come on, dog, knock it off. Drew Holiday's a different level, dog. Drew is the best defender in the league, they said by his peers.
Rondo and Drew is a good comparable, but I just think Rondo edges him.
Rondo edges Drew?
Yes.
Rondo with the fake. Oh, what a beauty.
No way. When Rondo won it in the bubble, he was off the bench. He was a help me.
Statistically, dog, that Rondo did.
He played with the greatest players of all time.
So it's true.
No, he's not.
What?
Not in his career coming up like that.
Drew played with prime Greek.
He's out here starting lineup, and he was out here in the runs late. Rondo
was in his second year. You know that, right? You know that, right?
Drew Holiday's in the game whenever this game is on the line.
So was Rondo. You didn't watch the games.
I watching the game.
Lord, you ain't watching the games, Lord. Like, I don't know who's a better defender.
He's not a better defender. No way. Come on, dog, knock it off. Drew Holiday's a different level, dog. Drew is the best defender in the league, they said by his peers. Let's be real.
Rondo and Drew is a good comparable, but I just think Rondo edges him.
Rondo edges Drew.
Yes.
Rondo with the fake. Oh, what a beauty.
No way. When Rondo won it in the bubble, he was off the bench. He was a help me.
Statistically, dog, that Rondo did.
He played with the greatest players of all time.
So it's true.
No, he's not.
What?
Not in his career coming up like that.
Drew played with prime Greek.
He's out here starting lineup, and he was out here in the runs late. Rondo
was in his second year. You know that, right? You know that, right?
Drew Holiday's in the game whenever this game is on the line.
So was Rondo. You didn't watch the games.
I watched
Lord,
the
you
games.
ain't Lord. You ain't watching the games, Lord. Like, I don't know who's a better
He's
defender.
not a better defender. No way. Come on, dog. Knock it off. Drew Holiday's a different level, dog. Drew is the best defender in the league, they said by his peers. Let's be real.
Rondo and Drew is a good comparable, but I just think Rondo edges him.
Rondo edges Drew.
Yes.
Rondo with the fake. Oh, what a beauty.
No way. When Rondo won it in the bubble, he was off the bench. He was a help me.
Statistically, dog, that Rondo did.
He played with the greatest players of all time.
So it's true.
No, he's not.
What?
Not in his career coming up like that.
Drew played with prime Greek.
He's out here starting lineup, and he was out here in the runs late. Rondo
was in his second year. You know that, right? You know that, right?
Drew Holiday's in the game whenever this game is on the line.
So was Rondo. You didn't watch the games.
I watched the
you
games.
ain't Lord. You ain't watching the games, Lord. Like, I don't know who's a better
He's
defender.
not a better defender. No way. Come on, dog. Knock it off. Drew Holiday's a different level, dog. Drew is the best defender in the league, they said by his peers. Let's be real.
Rondo and Drew is a good comparable, but I just think Rondo edges him.
Rondo edges Drew.
Yes.
Rondo with the fake. Oh, what a beauty.
No way. When Rondo won it in the bubble, he was off the bench. He was a help me.
Statistically, dog, that Rondo did.
He played with the greatest players of all time.
So it's true.
No, he's not.
What?
Not in his career coming up like that.
Drew played with prime Greek.
He's out here starting lineup, and he was out here in the runs late. Rondo
was in his second year. You know that, right? You know that, right?
Drew Holiday's in the game whenever this game is on the line.
So was Rondo. You didn't watch the games.
I watched the
ain't
games.
Lord. You ain't watching the games, Lord. Like, I don't know who's a better
He's
defender.
not a better defender. No way. Come on, dog. Knock it off. Drew Holiday's a different level, dog. Drew is the best defender in the league, they said by his peers. Let's be real.
Rondo and Drew is a good comparable, but I just think Rondo edges him.
Rondo edges Drew.
Yes.
Rondo with the fake. Oh, what a beauty.
No way. When Rondo won it in the bubble, he was off the bench. He was a help me.
Statistically, dog, that Rondo did.
He played with the greatest players of all time.
So it's true.
No, he's not.
What?
Not in his career coming up like that.
Drew played with prime Greek.
He's out here starting lineup, and he was out here in the runs late. Rondo
was in his second year. You know that, right? You know that, right?
Drew Holiday's in the game whenever this game is on the line.
So was Rondo. You didn't watch the games.
I watched the
ain't
games.
Lord. You ain't watching the games, Lord. Like, I don't know who's a better
He's
defender.
not a better defender. No way. Come on, dog. Knock it off. Drew Holiday's a different level, dog. Drew is the best defender in the league, they said by his peers. Let's be real.
Rondo and Drew is a good comparable, but I just think Rondo edges him.
Rondo edges Drew.
Yes.
Rondo with the fake. Oh, what a beauty.
No way. When Rondo won it in the bubble, he was off the bench. He was a help me.
Statistically, dog, that Rondo did.
He played with the greatest players of all time.
So it's true.
No, he's not.
What?
Not in his career coming up like that.
Drew played with prime Greek.
He's out here starting lineup, and he was out here in the runs late. Rondo
was in his second year. You know that, right? You know that, right?
Drew Holiday's in the game whenever this game is on the line.
So was Rondo. You didn't watch the games.
I watched the
ain't
games.
Lord. You ain't watching the games, Lord. Like, I don't know who's a better
He's
defender.
not a better defender. No way. Come on, dog. Knock it off. Drew Holiday's a different level, dog. Drew is the best defender in the league, they said by his peers.
Rondo and Drew is a good comparable, but I just think Rondo edges him.
Rondo edges Drew.
Yeah. Rondo and Drew is.
Wow, I just created my own website with HTML. I should create the next MySpace. Wow, I just created my own iPhone app. I should create the next Uber. Wow, I just created a ChatGPT wrapper. I should take over the government. Wow,
I ended up pulling the trigger on buying a PS5, and I bought the physical version of Gran Turismo 7, put it into the PlayStation. I was gonna play it a little bit, and it's like, you need internet. I'm like, what do you mean I need internet? I mean, it's a single player game. Obviously there's online races I can do, but like, it's single player. They're like, no. If you don't have an online connection, you are limited to music rallies, and I think that's basically it. Like, you're limited to literally like probably the worst mode in the entire game. And on top of that, when I got the game, I put in the disc, it starts installing. I'm like, okay, that makes sense. It's installing it to the hard drive or whatever, the SSD. But then I boot up the game and I finally log into a PNSN account, and it's like downloading. I'm like, what do you mean you're downloading? It's like, no, now we're downloading the game. It's like, wait, what do you mean by that? This is the disc. The game's on the disc. It installed from the disc. What do you mean you're downloading now? It's like, no, we have to no, so enjoy Music Rally for another hour and a half. It's like, what are we doing? I ended up pulling the trigger on buying a PS5, and I bought the physical version of Gran Turismo 7, put it into the PlayStation. I was gonna play it a little bit, and it's like, you need internet. I'm like, what do you mean I need internet? I mean, it's a single player game. Obviously there's online races I can do, but like, it's single player. They're like, no. If you don't have an online connection, you are limited to music rallies, and I think that's basically it. Like, you're limited to literally like probably the worst mode in the entire game. And on top of that, when I got the game, I put in the disc, it starts installing. I'm like, okay, that makes sense. It's installing it to the hard drive or whatever, the SSD. But then I boot up the game and I finally log into a PNSN account, and it's like downloading. I'm like, what do you mean you're downloading? It's like, no, now we're downloading the game. It's like, wait, what do you mean by that? This is the disc. The game's on the disc.
What if we hire one more employee?
You think we need one more? You think we need one more? All right, we'll hire one more.
8:30, you know, to start my work.
Breakfast at the facility, breakfast at home?
Not until, I don't eat until after practice.
After practice, so
Yeah.
hydrate?
So I'm hydrating, I have like either like a green juice or
Myron, I think you're funny. I just wanted to ask, like, when people kind of reject what you got to say, how does it make you feel? Do you feel anything?
No, I mean, I don't get offended. I understand that, like, some people might not like the way we deliver it, so just off of that alone, people might not take the advice. I mean, I'm totally comfortable with the fact that I'm going to offend 50 to 80% of the people I speak to. I'm totally okay with that, because I think we're in a situation now where we've gone so crazy.
The funny thing about this joke is
how I made a
Cause you let him fucking girl, I guess he didn't know any better. Girl, that man didn't show any ever.
But if that era was today, do you feel like MJ could guard you?
Hell no.
Who's the best player in the NBA?
Me. Straight cleanup on aisle 3. Come get it.
Did you tell the locker room staffer in Denver you were going to be back for
Hell
games?
yeah. They know I was in there. Yeah, I told them. I said, I'll see y'all motherfuckers for game 7.
I have not been to Minnesota in probably 20 years.
Bring your ass.
How would you describe your mentality
Anthony
and how
Davis
it's
is a
evolving, Anthony?
character, bro.
I just want to kill everything in front of me, man. That's the main thing.
Ping pong, baseball, football, basketball.
Tennis, swimming, lacrosse, whatever you need me to play, I'm going to go do it. If it's some money on the line, I'm going to go do it.
Where do you rank yourself currently in the league right now? Do you feel like you're one of the best players?
Yeah, for sure. You know, growing up with nothing. I mean, you know, I come from nothing. My mom used to work all day. Grandma used to work all day. So just seeing them grind just makes me grind even harder now.
But if that era...
Up out at 1 in the morning, you really want to know this kind of life never boring. She bought Dior with a man from the... Up out at 1 in the morning, you really want to know this kind of life.
It wasn't until my
So late in the third last night, someone spilled a beer on the sidelines, and the Warriors were quick to point it out, yelling at the refs to get their attention, but they get a tech instead.
Edwards hits the pass, and James
Edwards hits a pair. And James Young. Edwards hits a pair. And James Young. Edwards hits a pair. And James Young. Edwards hits a pair.
Iron Man in game 1.
How many of you believe in? I never should have started using Opus.
As an owner of Walton Goggins goggle glasses, I know how to make slick-looking goggle/glasses.
So essentially, I asked all my viewers to submit some savage moments they had in the workplace, and I'm gonna go ahead and take the best ones that I got. You can see someone posted, I think I'm a Jared, which is like a savage in the workplace mentally, but I don't voice my concerns. Verbally with the fear of losing my job. So the way I'm going to be tiering a lot of these posts is going to be based off of whether or not the person was actually a savage in the workplace. So I was the Jared in a previous job. We were a very cohesive team of 8 people that delivered with good KPIs. They needed more products. They grew the team up to 20 in a few months to help the older stuff. Many recent graduates are no previous example in the technology. One dev didn't know how to use Git or had any concept of delivery. They gave him responsibilities far beyond their knowledge. I and a senior PM had to fix
Who the heck is Chris? I'm talking about this. I'm talking about this. What's on my screen? Who is that? What? I think this is so stupid. Have us do actual practice, I don't know, working with other people in order to resolve conflicts, not these stupid hypothetical situations. We could be going over data structures and algorithms, not how long is this? Like 3 hours of dealing with conflict. What the fuck? project is supposed to be accepted in 56. Hey,
Yeah. Like deep in like I'm not just it's like a and
I don't think I can work on the boot camp on stream for much longer. Close that out. I'm going to
all the mess produced. And after that,
watch
received
this
complaints
YouTube
about
video really
why
quick.
new features are taking so long. We both ended up quitting. It sounds like once the managers started complaining, they both ended up quitting. So right off the bat, like just for quitting when something like that goes crazy, that's like at least a B tier. I think anyone that quits when some corporate garbage happens deserves to be at least B tier. It doesn't look like they actually said anything or stood up to any of the people here. It just looks like they got tired of like the incompetence and like the expectations around the incompetence, and that ended up leading them to quitting. So I'm gonna place this at B tier because it's savage in the sense that quitting, especially when you quit with someone else, I think.
Take your business from launch to legendary with Shopify. Sell more with the world's best converting checkout.
Don't need to hire the best person ever. They're looking for someone that has the language and understanding to be able to Google and build the solution for them. You don't need to be the best, but you need to just simply understand how it's used, the trade-offs for different versions of these things, and what you should be doing. So yes, you can actually have experience with quite a few things if you use your time effectively. Please, if you're looking for a job, you're on your first job, you don't like it, you're on your second job, you don't like it, you don't have a job and you really, really want one, take the time to explore, to learn these things. Go look at all these different job requirements, the jobs that you want, see what they all require, and learn about it enough to be able to talk with people. And second off, you know what you can do? You can say, jump into the Discord. Yes, there's 1,800 people actively online and about 5,700 members. That means if you have technologies that you're trying to figure out, things that you're working on, there is a programming section in which you can ask questions about. But what you really want is to be able to bounce your ideas off of, discuss things. You have to have people in your life, go to meetups, talk about technology, practice. And then moreover, find companies you don't really care about getting hired at and interview. Become good at it. Be able to practice the art of discussing your ideas in a situation in which it's just tossed on you. Because most of the time, interviewers are looking for someone that can discuss ideas and come to solutions. They're not necessarily always looking for someone that's going to give them the most pristine answer in that moment. And they're often not looking for someone that knows all the technologies they've listed. So take the time, practice, do it. It's going to be beneficial. I would highly recommend looking at life as a challenge, not as an inconvenience. To look at it as an adventure, not some sort of injustice or ill will towards yourself. And I strongly recommend that you hit that sub button, okay? Can you just hit it? And yes, I did subtly state at the beginning of this that I was streaming on Twitch, so you know you can jump in the section down below and follow the links! Ooh. My name's the Primogen.
So my team has prepared 20 of the most outrageous TikToks on the entire platform, and we're going to test them to see if they actually work. And I've done something very dumb. I was so confident last week that they won't, that I promised them if more than half of them do, I will dye my hair TikTok blue. Kill me now. Okay, toothpaste in Fanta gives it a There's no way. I can literally see the editing. This is so stupid. All right, Colgate Total, fresh bottle of Fanta. Oh my god, nothing. Whoa! Did I just get pranked? At least it smells nice. Anyways, to actually get this multicolored drink, all these people have done is just selected the orange color of the Fanta in their editing program and swapped it out for another color. So they're saying you put toothpaste on a cracked screen, wipe it off, and it's gonna get rid of your cracks. If they're all this bad, my hair might actually get away okay. So where this comes from is the fact that toothpaste is a mild abrasive. So technically, yes, if you rubbed enough of this into your phone's display, it could sand down the bits that aren't currently scratched and kind of even it out. But I mean, I tried it, and it actually just created a whole new layer of micro scratches, and it's never going to be able to do something like this. So we've got an iPhone, a power bank, draw a line with a Sharpie in between them, and that's going to charge it. No. The thing that's really confusing about this, though, is that the whole purpose of this person's channel is that they're the ones who are verifying other people's life hacks. But what they're saying is ridiculous.
think that takes a lot of balls. So our team's made up of almost solely Jareds. Management had to talk to all of us multiple times due to our intense pushback on bad decisions that would cost more money. Backends on site that don't need it and such. The only reason they haven't fired us is that we're the most productive team there despite that. So this is an interesting one. To have a whole team made up of Jareds, it sounds like you guys are the ones that actually know what's going on, and the actual people that work there, the people that are telling you guys what to do, are the crazy ones. But I would go ahead and say this story is probably an A. Like the fact that they're constantly pushing back and the fact that there's so many of them. I think pushback in general is like a core trait as a developer you should learn to have. If you're like a developer that's more of like a people pleaser, that's probably going to be bad for the company and bad for your career. So this is pretty good. I just wish there was a bit more savagery to it. You know what I mean? Had a toxic manager about 12 years ago who would tease anyone leaving before 7 p.m. One guy leaving at 5:30 when was teased with a loud voice that the whole floor could hear said, just because your wife does not like you, it doesn't apply to everyone else here. Manager lost all authority after that. First of all, I think it's insane because the situation of a manager not letting people leave before 7 p.m. that doesn't even sound like modern day tech companies. That just sounds like a really like poor workplace environment to be in. But the fact that the guy was leaving at 5:30, which is already 30 minutes like later than theoretically one would leave a corporate 9-to-5 job, is like absolutely insane. This one belongs in S tier. Number one, they like stood up for themselves even though they were going above and beyond and doing more than they had to. Number two, everyone heard them get called out, and like you said, it caused the manager to completely lose all authority after that. And then number three, pretty much like what he said, just because your wife doesn't like you, it doesn't apply to everyone here. I think that's pretty funny. I'm the Jared. One of our managers keeps asking why it takes so long to review a giant pull request with dozens of model-based design Simulink files. Jesus, that sounds horrible. You have to compare them with the older version to be sure the modifications are correct. One day I had added him as a reviewer and let him click on the approve and merge button. That repository is still there dead because he's the only one who can revert the trunk to its previous state. He's not capable to do it, but he is not asking for help. First of all, the code base as a whole sounds horrible like to work with. And then the other part where you added him as the reviewer, and then once he messed the repository up, no one went back to help him, and the thing's just still sitting there dead. Is this is perfect. Majority of people say this is an A tier savage story. I think I agree with that. This is probably A tier. The only thing keeping this something that's from S tier is like some severe backlash. It sounds like if the repository is still sitting there and it's dead, it wasn't that important in the first place. Unless maybe there's more context to the story and the company like completely, you know, got screwed because of this. I used to be the Jared. I had this salesman / product manager that had no idea how to manage a project. During COVID lockdown, he set a meeting for 9 a.m. and sent the invitation at 8:55, so I decided to connect from my toilet. I feel like this isn't that savage only because so many more people connect to meetings from their toilet than they're probably willing to admit. Like the amount of times I've connected while I was on the toilet, or the amount of times that I've been in the shower while I've connected to some of these meetings. I've given a full phone interview. My boy Bikram has given a full phone interview on the toilet. Like you've given a full phone interview as in you were the interviewer or you were the person that's like getting interviewed. I'm willing to say this one's like C tier. This one's not that savage. A lot of people do this just out of pure convenience. I don't think like, especially if they don't know, you're not really like making a statement with this. I think this is something that a lot of people just do normally. So I'm gonna put this in C tier. I think it's funny, but it's not really savage. I was getting interviewed, recruiter called sooner than expected. So you wait, did you stay in there and take the whole interview, or did you did you stay in there and take the whole interview, or did you like pause halfway through while you were done and then like take the rest of the interview at your desk? Was this a technical thing? Like, do you have your laptop in there, or was it just like one of those recruiter meetings where you just talk about your behavioral experience? Non-technical. Did you get the job? Did you get moved on to the next round? You got the job. My man got the job on the toilet, dude. You're a baller. That's ridiculous. CEO said we should scrap the library and build our own static file system with 1 megabyte blocks and a lot of other specifications. I took a deep breath, looked at him dead in the eye and said, that's a good idea. We should fire all our current developers and hire a Google file system specialist for him to write probably something very similar to the FAT32 library. He stared at me blankly for a couple of seconds, so I just proceeded with, how about you let us investigate for 1 week instead of just saying features of the basic library is not working. After getting the product to perfect working condition. I was chased out of the company through overworking and just generally making me burn out and quit. This is kind of peak Jared. This is kind of peak savagery. There's unreasonable circumstances. Check. He responded in a public forum. In fact, he was in public, in person, looked at the guy dead in the eye, and gave him a nice sarcastic quip. And then he later left the company because of the repercussions put upon him for making that decision, while also getting the library to actually work at making things proper. This is definitely an S tier story. I think this one needs to be examined a bit further. My product manager once left her mic on in stand-up. We heard her beat her children up in the background. I feel bad for laughing, but that's kind of insane. Did anyone say anything? Did anyone like call her out on this? Or did you all just sit there in like awkward silence while she like beat her kids up? I think she's actually the Jared of the company. Like she's the savage one for doing that. But it's like savage in a bad way. We all just continued our stand-up giving updates. Was she like talking in between the updates? Like would you hear her just like beating her kids and then somebody would finish their update and they would come back and be like, okay, and Parth, what's your update? And then she would like go back to beating her children, or like how did that dynamic work? That's messed up, man. I hope someone at the company like anonymously reported her or something. Is story points a real thing? It feels quite stupid. Let me tell you, Timmy, story points is a very real thing. And on top of story points, if you've never done planning poker, you're in for a real treat if you ever get a job that has a product manager that insists on it. If you've never heard of it, this is pretty much exactly how planning poker works. You choose which type of story points you want to use. Do you want to use t-shirts, the Fibonacci sequence to point your story points? I didn't realize it, but apparently there's a power of twos for doing story points. Let's be reasonable and just say Fibonacci. Add an issue. So like, for example, like upgrade like Postgres version. And then everyone goes ahead and votes on the issue. So you choose over here how many story points you think it has to be. Like, oh, I think it'll be 5. And then everyone blindly adds their cards here. And when they're done, you reveal them. There's even a countdown. If some person, let's say for example, like 3 people say this is a 5 story points and one person says this is 3 story points, you get to sit there and have a nice debate about why that one person thinks it's 3 story points. And then you finally decide on one. So it's a way to crowdsource how long a task is going to take. But the problem is people that have no idea how code works are voting on it as well. So it sort of leads to this weird situation where as the developer, you sort of just want to either A, get people to agree with what you want, or B, you want people to sort of fit in with the rest of the group so that you don't have to sit there for 5 minutes explaining why you think upgrading the Postgres version won't take a whole week. There's an ops that doesn't really know what a bug actually is, and whenever a possible one is raised and we say it is not one, she asks for a Jira ticket immediately, to which I deny, obviously. Okay, so it sounds like whenever like the PM thinks a bug is like present, she wants like a Jira ticket for it. This person like declines to do it. This sounds like what a developer should do, which is like push back on unreasonable things. This one, I'm gonna put this like, I almost want to put it D tier. All you're doing is like declining to make a Jira ticket. And it's about like bugs. It's not even about like actual, I don't know, stuff. I'm gonna put this one D tier. TLDR is that I got fired from my startup because the founders didn't like it that I was complaining too much about company direction and processes. A few occasions of this include our founders asking us to add Jira tickets on the fun AI ideas to implement to the company, some of which didn't need AI at all. For example, prettier presentation slides. I was questioning why the new co-founder we brought in, who was supposed to focus on overseas expansion, took a 180-degree turn and was doing HR recruiting instead for the same 5-digit salary. Our founders were planning for a restructure in the internal engineering team structure, and after bringing in all the workers, it was canceled because the forecasted data didn't substantiate the cost, causing most of the new workers to be jobless overnight. Yeah, I'm like confused about this guy. A new co-founder we brought in, that sort of implies that the person that wrote this was a co-founder to begin with, because if you work for a company, they don't bring on new co-founders after they've already hired new employees, right? So was this guy a co-founder as well? And he's just pissed off that the new co-founder didn't do the job he got hired for. But then he also says our founder was asking us to add Jira tickets for things. So like, I'm confused. You can add co-founders later on. Usually it happens when a co-founder exits or when you want to underpay somebody. I've seen it happen. Either way, I think this one's pretty good. He's a complainer, and that's at least B tier. Like I said, he got removed from the company, so that's pretty good. I'm gonna put this in A tier, probably like middle of A tier, actually. I think vlogs in middle of A tier. I'm a recruitment officer at a language service provider company. The manager of a different department dared to yell at me for a reason that I shouldn't even take the blame for. When I made it clear that yelling is not an option, she wanted to use age as an excuse and reported me to HR as I was the one who yelled first, knowing there's CCTV camera functioning 24/7, and called me a liar. She dares to come to my desk for a second time when I was trying to reply to some urgent emails for another round of yelling, stating that failing the ongoing project would send us all home. Practically, her department is the only one that might go home, though that was an empty threat because the company has thousands of projects going on. They wouldn't resolve a whole office for one project. Anyways, I told her, if you're afraid of the project failing, you should stop yelling. Oh, I feel like this one had so much buildup and so much potential to it. She set it up with the CCTV cameras. Like we were going, like HR was gonna go back and like look at the evidence and like fire her, and everyone was gonna clap because like the truth was revealed. Let me check, because I know I cut this message off slightly to get it all in one screenshot. Okay, here's how it ends. Anyways, I told her, if you're afraid of the project failing, you should stop yelling. That sentence made her go back to her desk, and since then she's trying to convince everyone that she is a calm person. That's actually like a somewhat good resolution to the story, but it's not like, it doesn't have any juice. I'll maybe upgrade it to like low B tier because she said something and the other person like had like a long term impact on the other person, but it wasn't like anything too crazy. My Jared at work is a woman senior dev. She has mentored me for 1 year as a backend developer, but now she has problems with her eyesight and she doesn't write much code, only does code.
Hey, babe. So these add-ons are for all of them. It says add boho. Would that be an add-on for the boho?
How much roll you want?
Okay, so what are you going to do though? Because I need a definite answer. Would you want to just have the boho be like a... Okay, including the boho. Okay, that's what I was asking. That's a yes. Can you add boho to rave braids? Or just the stitch, Fulani, knotless, and boho?
All of them but the red braid.
And the touch-up, you can add boho to the touch-up?
Not the touch-up. The touch-up is a...
So all of these three at the bottom don't have any of these add-ons?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you come here? Okay. Can you come here real quick?
Self on both sides. When I'm being interviewed, despite not being the best coder and being self-taught, competing with other people who have gone to university for computer science, I still end up getting job offers. Because I was a $1 million selling real estate agent before, this has taught me to sell myself in a unique way. And in this video, I'm going to share with you my secrets on how to sell yourself as a software developer so you can stand out and get job offers. Seriously, when you're applying for a job, there are just always going to be so many other people who are better at coding. You can choose which one will be an emotional. It's up to you to emote.
Stop putting bubbles in the sparkling water. We were a sparkling water company. 20% of our expenses are just putting bubbles in the water. That seems ridiculous. This is going to be the biggest cost saving in the history of this company. If there's no bubbles in the sparkling water, it's just water. You're not being a team player. The bubbles are the main thing. We just can't wait to lay off the bubbles. What if we stop putting bubbles? We need to delete all of our units. Wow, that is quite an idea. Test 40% of our code base. 40% of our code base is nothing. I wouldn't say nothing. 6 or 5 things unit tests did this week. So the code is only one thing. I would say honest, we were already yes, we gave it best. And now we're going to lay off 40% of developers. Oh, that's not how I'm starting with you. You need to become a developer. You don't have a bubble. You're an employee. You need to delete.
Viral, Jimmy Butler calling out his teammate Buddy Hield for dribbling after Steven Adams stole the ball from him just 1 week after Jimmy first mentioned it.
And Buddy, stop trying to dribble the ball.
This was going viral. Jimmy Butler calling out his teammate Buddy Hield for dribbling after Steven Adams stole the ball from him just 1 week after Jimmy first mentioned it.
And Buddy, stop trying to dribble the ball.
This was going viral.
See, I'll be fine, man. Yeah, you understand this. It's not like some kind of Chinese people love and understand. It's like code for school. An 8 for wealth. 888 means good luck. This 88 right here is like code for bye-bye because it's pronounced ba-ba. That's amazing. How should I reply? Text 521-1314. When you say 521, it sounds like I love you. And 1314 sounds like forever. 521-1314. Send. Read the reply, Romeo. 柯南是我的前男友. Aw, what's that mean? Oh, maybe I shouldn't have asked you. How's your Chinese girlfriend? Oh, I'm dumping her. I don't understand her at all. She only texts somehow, Deb.
Hey, I think I'm gonna rewrite the whole code base in Java. I told you to change the wording of one error message. Well, ChatGPT isn't that good at COBOL, so I thought I would just rewrite the whole thing. Don't do that. I already did it. Please tell me you didn't use ChatGPT to do the whole thing. No, I didn't use ChatGPT. Come on, just do it. I'm a young programmer. I'm fast to learn. Right? Exactly. Oh my grandmother. I think I'm
A billionaire is sitting there thinking, my $1 billion cash that I have, I'm losing 8% of that value every single. They're losing their. I'm sitting on 8 figure. I'm like, okay, like I get it, whatever. Those guys are probably losing their mind, so they're trying to find where do they put their money into. Is it always going to be real estate? Alternative assets and Bitcoin. All the billionaires are in Bitcoin, dude. All the smartest guys are in Bitcoin. A billionaire is sitting there.
Not the right way to do it. Why is so much coming out of this head? What is going on? Yo! Oh, and he's even putting more dots. Okay, so we're seeing 3 different ways to sign the letter S. All right, let's see the first one. The letter S is a pretty cool signature to sign. Oh my god! Wait, he turned the S into a freaking bird? That is sick. Okay, that was like one of the most unique signatures I think I've ever seen. I don't think any of the other variants are going to beat that first one. All right, let's see it. Oh, dude, that looks pretty sick. It has like the number 4 in it at the same time. Wow. Oh my goodness. No idea how useful that was going to be. Thank you. You're welcome. I'm sorry.
This look right?
Does all be separate? Oh, those are those. right?
And these aren't connected to anything. These will just be contact.
Yes.
So which applies to Fulani? Okay, medium, and small.
Because no one's getting jumbo Fulani because
Well,
jumbo prices are different for Fulani.
why is Fulani more expensive than boho?
For me,
Do you actually charge these prices?
Yep.
You do?
Mm-hmm.
So you'll charge, okay, it'll be 120 and then plus 115 for past knee?
Mm-hmm.
You charge that much?
Mm-hmm.
You sure?
Mm-hmm.
185 off rip and then
Half cheaper than full.
okay.
Like I just want to make it maybe like just one additional charge, like just like 40.
Okay, do you want to do that though? Don't say
No,
maybe. Do you want to
let
do
me
it?
tell you my thoughts.
This is your company. It's not for me to choose. I don't know anything about braids.
Let me
Just like saying, do you want me to use tailwind?
Yes.
Do you want me to use tailwind?
Yes.
Do you know what it is?
No, but yes.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like I don't know what that is. Like
Let me just vocalize it. Would it make sense if boho is just a single additional charge?
I don't know what goes into boho. Like I don't
It
do
takes a
braids.
little bit longer the more boho you have, but like I don't know. As of right now, like I'm charging a ton more. So just do it like that.
strong. You know what the top cinch is? Nobody can do it. You have to pinch the barbell and lift it up. One in like 100 million people can do it. And he walked over and goes, I don't know, what is this? And I go, that's a top cinch. Try to pick it up. Nobody could do it all day. And he goes, okay. And just pinched and went, this? And the guy goes, do you know what you just did? He goes, no. He's so ridiculously strong. You know what the Tom cinch is? Nobody can do it. You have to pinch the barbell and lift it up. One in like 100 million people can do it. And he walked over and goes, I don't know, what is this? And I go, that's a top cinch. Try to pick it up. Nobody could do it all day. And he goes, okay. And just pinched and went, this? And the guy goes, do you know what you just did? He goes, no. He's so.
There's like a trend of millennials cutting off their parents because baby boomer parents don't really involve themselves in their children's life to a period of inconvenience. Like the average person's childhood, they were at their grandparents a lot. They were being watched a lot. They were being toted around by their grandparents a lot. And so the millennials are having children and they're assuming, okay, my parents are going to have the same relationship I had with my grandparents. And then they call their parents for anything, the baby boomer parents, and everything's an inconvenience. I got stuff going on. I'm still living my life. I'm doing whatever I want, when I want, how I want. There's like a trend of millennials cutting off their parents because baby boomer parents don't really involve themselves in their children's life to a period of inconvenience. Like the average person's childhood, they were at their grandparents a lot. They were being watched a lot. They were being toted around by their grandparents a lot. And so the millennials are having children and they're assuming, okay, my parents are going to have the same relationship I had with my grandparents. And then they call their parents for anything, the baby boomer parents, and everything's an inconvenience. I got stuff going on. I'm still living my life. I'm doing whatever I want, when I want, how I want. There's like a trend.
One of my biggest pet peeves is shoes entering my apartment, so let's make a poster to fix that. Maybe it's just bother
So maybe our add-ons have a so we can have our add-ons have a type, which will be a maybe a radio group, and then a price, which will be a number, right? Then we have our we have our let's enable this. Then here we have our options. Join is used to make relationship and upload fields available in the opposite direction. You can edit and view collections having reference to a specific collection document. The field itself acts as a virtual field, in that no new data is stored on the collection with a joined field. Instead, the admin UI surfaces the related documents for a better editing experience and insert what is the joined field in the payload CMS. Explain to So then we have our options. In our options, we have we have two types of options, right? So we have the amount of braids and then the size. And in those, we have different prices. Okay, so we can just say it can be the same thing, right? So type, it'll be radio group, and then we'll have the price, which is a number, right? That makes sense, right? So we have our amount of braids, which is a type, right? And then we have our numbers, which is the price, and that depends on each. Ooh, the thing is, oh no, I mean, I guess that makes sense. Oh no, we have two different types, right? So would it be simpler to just do the options in the service itself? And then just use this this row. Should it be like type? No, I think it'll be better to just do it in the services. Just change this to and then here we'll have a name which will be text, and then we'll have price, which will be a number, and that's like optional, right? And we'll say Maybe I do group. Oh no, I mean, because I guess all of them have add-ons, right? All of them have add-ons, correct? Add-ons, and then it'll be group. That wouldn't be it. It would be array. It would be array of add-ons. And then it would be options. This would be and then the options would be an array of a type with a name. This would be type I wish you could add like if, right? So if this field is picked, then only these are able to be picked. Like, how do you do that? Oh, it's not gonna work. Oh, I guess we could do this. Say label length. Say value boho amount. Say let's say say trim say say equals say his name is option. Say type equals say I guess this would be an array. No, it would be a select. It would definitely be a select. Say has many, and this will be true. And then we'll say select. Say options. And we'll say options, and then we'll pass in I think this has a label and a value. The label will be no. It would be an array, wouldn't it? What I want to be able to do, I want to go on there and I want to be able to select length, and then it shows what is it? What would it show? A thing where you can enter in a text and a price. Right? And then you can have an array of those. If it equals this, so this would be group. No, it would be an array of groups, right? I think so. Let's try that. So we'll say type, say name equals options. Say type equals we'll say just be fields. Do this would be type. This would be on function type. Root is the issue. What do you mean? This is talking about. This is how you do it, right? Fields, okay. Fields and name are required. Oh, what am I doing wrong here? I have a comma. What is this talking about? Oh, I see why. Oh my fucking god, bro! That's literally what I had already. Is a select or a group. Okay.
review and give me feedback. My favorite moment was when she almost perfectly acted out a scene from Scent of a Woman, Out of Order. I'd show you how to code, but I'm too old, too fucking blind. If I saw your code 5 years ago, I would have rewrote all of it. The fact that she's like a senior dev, she's still coding even though she has issues with her eyesight is like pretty badass in the first place. And the fact that she gives people shit for it is like even better. I'm gonna put this one in A tier. There were no repercussions and stuff like that, but I still think it belongs like mid A tier because of like how unique the situation is. My best Jared moment was when a PM put update system to use Gen AI to import new items to our catalog in a roadmap document, and I responded with, "That's fine. We'll all just learn how to build AI models like it's kung fu in the Matrix this weekend, so we can complete this by the deadline." I wish we got a part 2 talking about like how the person responded. It doesn't sound like he got fired, and I can't tell if like the corporate like theme there is like sort of jokey and stuff like that. I'm gonna put this one also in like middle B tier because like what he said is like pretty edgy. It's pretty edgy to say this, right? But it also sounds like he could have said that in like a joking manner to where the PM could have just been like, ha ha ha, laughed it off, and then that's all that. So it doesn't feel like, you know, he really went out on a limb to do it if you could do it in like a joking manner. At my old AV company, our sales team had sold a sound system to a church. Installation goes okay, but when it comes to time to mount the main speakers, 2 for the main floor and 2 for the balcony area, the sales team comes in with the pastor to do a walkthrough. Sales guy notices that the speakers for the main floor were about 8 inches shorter than the ones for the balcony. Height of the speakers have zero thing to do with power and coverage, by the way, and demands we switch them because the bigger speaker needs to go on the bottom. Me, oh yeah, let's do that. Let's F up the meticulously designed and calculated sound distribution so that that big boy speaker can go on the bottom. Nothing could go wrong. Sarcasm was lost on him, so we went ahead with it. Even switched the speakers myself. Church proceeds to have an audio hellscape for the next 6 to 8 months, resulting in our company going in the negative on the project due to the non-payment and service calls. Ultimately, the church hired a real company to do an audio test of the room to figure out how to fix it. The solution, switch the speakers back. The CEO cried at me at my review because we lost so much money on this project. I drank those tears. They were delicious. This stresses me out even reading this story, dude. Why would you not trust the engineer that did all the calculations and just like switch it because of what looks bigger? And the fact that the church was just complaining, I don't know what makes this guy more of a Jared. The fact that like he knew that this was wrong and he still did it, or the fact that the church was complaining and refused to pay his company, yet he still didn't do anything to fix it and he let the church hire a real company to do it instead. Like, if you were the engineer in this situation and you knew that the client's shit was like bugging out because of something you specifically did and like they were refusing to pay your company for it, wouldn't you like, I know like you want to be a Jared and you want to be like edgy and like not like, you know, give in to like your manager. I didn't really think indie hacker drama was possible. I mean, it's such a small group of nerdy programmers. What could there possibly be to start drama around? But lo and behold, as if things couldn't get any worse from last week, Mark Liu is under a ton of attacks on Twitter from what he calls a witch hunt of people that have found a ton of security vulnerabilities across multiple of his products. And just like I mentioned last week, he's not taking things very well. In fact, he started blocking people on Twitter, and we'll eventually get to all of that. But I wanted to make this video cataloging the entire situation of what is going on from start to finish. And I was gonna wait a bit longer before I made the video, but so many things are just happening constantly that I figured now is as good a time as any. And I'm ashamed to say that I've spent an ungodly amount of time cataloging this entire situation. And basically everyone in the indie hacking community is either on the side of bashing Mark Liu or bashing the people that are bashing Mark Liu. And if you don't know, Mark Liu is one of the most idolized indie hackers in the scene, and an indie hacker is just someone that makes micro SaaSes and
Wait, that doesn't make sense. Why is it adding an add-ons list 1?
and tries to make money from it, having grown a very sizable Twitter following as well as a YouTube following in a short amount of time, just talking about things like how, you know, he made $131,000 in a single month from his products. And what products, you ask? Well, the majority of his revenue comes from this product called ShipFast, a boilerplate because he was launching so many SaaSes that he decided to make for himself, and then he ended up launching it for around $200, so other indie hackers that also wanted to make money from coding could just buy his template, have everything set up, and just create a SaaS and try to start making money from it. He's also been extremely vocal about how much money he makes, so you can see, for example, in the highest peak months, he made like $125,000 US in a single month from this $200 template. And as you can see, the majority of his other products don't really make any money compared to it, so like 99% of his revenue comes from ShipFast. And just to fully get you guys all up to speed, I covered this a bit in my last video, but he's been a bit of a controversial figure just because he's built a big following and made a lot of money talking about how to make micro SaaSes, but his most popular micro SaaS is one that is aimed at other people to sort of use for their own micro SaaSes instead of like a brand new business that had nothing to do with what he was talking about, which a lot of people found very guru-esque. And the majority of what you are about to see today all started because he made this one tweet. Essentially, a couple of people found a vulnerability on his boilerplate, and when they reached out to him, one of them he fixed privately, and the other one he fixed privately but decided to give the guy $300 via PayPal, which, I mean, some big companies don't even give people that find vulnerabilities and bugs on their site anything, so $300 is definitely better than nothing. But I think when people saw this post, first of all, a lot of people called him out because it was a bit of like a sales LinkedIn bro humble brag type of post, like, yeah, this guy found my vulnerability, so I gave him $300, which a lot of people saw as sort of in bad taste. And if you ask me, I think this one tweet, this one individual post was like the iceberg that sunk the Titanic, the straw that broke the camel's back, the tipping point, if you will. Because you see, once Twitter realized that there were vulnerabilities lurking around in this code base, being the sharks that they are, they smelt that blood in the water and they chose to have an absolute feeding frenzy with this product. And that is where today's second main character comes in, Simon. You see, Simon was already a bit critical about the whole boilerplate business model, and it took him about a day to investigate before he found another glaring vulnerability. This time it was with how the Mailgun webhook was implemented. Basically, anyone could call the webhook and it didn't do any API validation whatsoever. And while the ShipFast TOS pretty much mentions that they're absolved from any liability when it comes to any vulnerabilities and stuff like that, and somebody that bought the template should sort of be looking at these things anyways, chances are a lot of people just chose to use this template and not look at how it was implemented, because otherwise what's the point of buying a template in the first place if you're not trying to just use it and move fast with it? I mean, that's sort of how the entire product is marketed in the first place. And some Mark Liu fanboys came out of the woodwork saying things like, why didn't you open a PR into the repo instead of publicly sharing this information? And to that, Simon mentioned that he has no access to the repository. Why would he ever buy something for $200 like this? And our boy Luca here responded with a question that's going to become very, very relevant later on in this story. Pretty much, how did he get access to the code then if he doesn't have access to the repository to make a PR for it? So yeah, just keep that in mind. Other people came out saying, why are you shitting on people in public? Are you just doing this to engagement farm? To which Simon was like, listen, he's not answering my DMs, and you know, this is something that people pay $200 for and is building their entire business off of, so it sort of makes sense to share something like this publicly if the person that created it isn't answering any DMs or emails about it. And this is where the tide sort of started turning on Mark Liu, because a lot of people came out of the woodwork and started saying some more rational things. Some people even making funny shit post dunks on Mark, like Dave, who was the star of last week's video, who made an entire website called Security Fast, mocking the name of ShipFast, where the entire site is just this giant shit post about how launching things with Mark Liu's ShipFast is completely unsecure. And that prompted even more people to start coming out and sharing some more shady marketing things that Mark Liu has done. Like, for example, if you go to the ShipFast landing page, you'll see that they have a $100 discount automatically applied only for the first 4,920 customers. You know, one of those classic calls to action salesly, buy now or you're gonna miss out on this awesome discount type of things, which, as you can see, as of making this video, it's still there, except it's updated to 4,940 customers. So yeah, obviously this is just some fucking marketing gimmick. And additionally, on his indie pages leaderboard, which is essentially just a big giant circle jerk leaderboard of how much money did you make this month, where you can join the leaderboard with your SaaS, he apparently had this little tooltip that would say get ShipFast in order to join the leaderboard, but you didn't actually need to buy ShipFast to get on the leaderboard. You only had to use the indie pages site to do that, not actually buy a separate product, which again is sort of misleading. And look, I get it, it's a classic marketing tactic, but it's sort of weird when you advocate a lot for shipping fast and indie hacking and your audience is literally the same people that you make money off of, and then you sort of employ these sort of sketchy sales tactics on the same people that you are literally selling the code to, that when they get the boilerplate, that sort of sales tactic-y code is going to be on there in the first place. Sort of just feels like he's slapping his users in his face and shitting where he eats. And I think this is where things started snowballing a bit out of control, because after that, Simon found yet another security vulnerability where anyone could bypass the front-end validation on the Indie Pages site for their username and just send a request straight to the server with whatever username they wanted, so their validation was only on the front end. And of course, when he pointed this out, more people came out of the indie hacking build in public zeitgeist to say, hey, why can't you just ship stuff, man? Go make money, go ship stuff. Why are you talking about this guy's vulnerabilities? Who cares? If you found an issue, just DM him about it and let him take care of it. There's no need to publicly expose them. Mark Liu even responded to this in a bit of a cheeky way, saying, congrats, you managed to add characters to your own username. Like, great, good job, buddy. And Simon retorted back, thanks, where should I send my PayPal address, you know, for the $300 like he gave the last guy. And I guess this is where things started going balls to the walls here, because Simon posted a screenshot of him getting access to ShipFast, and somebody's like, hey, does this mean he got back to you? And Simon was like, nope, I actually invited myself to the repository. And turns out he found a way to just bypass ShipFast's entire payment system and just get access for free. And in his response to everyone saying, why didn't you just DM Mark about it? Why'd you have to go public with it? He actually did send an email to Mark talking about this vulnerability and got no response after 42 hours, only to eventually finally get a response from Mark saying, hey, that's a good find, but you know, I don't really care that much because a lot of people reshare the code for free anyways. I prefer not to work with cheap customers anyways. They don't get good results. I appreciate your hard work, sir. Just to go ahead and block Simon on Twitter. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. Like, what is going on here? I understand that security vulnerabilities happen, and the whole idea behind indie hacking is shipping fast, breaking things, all that good stuff. But the entire way that Mark Liu has handled this situation turned it into such a bigger thing than it needed to be. And to like pour salt on the wound, some guy that runs a ShipFast fan account, like an affiliate account that's not, you know, related to Mark Liu whatsoever. I guess because ShipFast has this like insane affiliate program that everyone likes participating in, trying to get other people to buy it. Went ahead and took a bunch of digs at Simon, saying that he's just shit posting for the sake of engagement farming. Like, this entire thing is just so stupid, but it keeps on getting worse. Like I mentioned, sharks in a feeding frenzy. A bunch of people found more vulnerabilities across a wide amount of his actual products. Like, for example, his launch viral product, a lot of people found a similar workaround where you don't have to pay to access the entire entire course, mentioning that he emailed the security vulnerability to him 6 days ago and there's been no response or attempt to fix it, even going so far as to call it an intern level mistake. Additionally, no response or attempt to fix it, even going so far as to call it an intern level mistake. Additionally, more people realized how to do this whole exploit and started getting ShipFast for free, and someone even wrote a write-up on how to actually do the exact exploit that they published. Because they said it was probably fixed by Mark Liu, but I'm not going to show it on video, of course. And while Most people were able to detach their brains from the zeitgeist that is ship fast, make money, me want see number go up. A lot of people just couldn't wrap their head around what was going on and saying that all these people were posting these because they were engaged in farming and just envy of the success of others. Like, while you guys are fighting over Mark, I just made some sales. Selling while yapping is a skill very few possessed. Follow me to learn how to do it. What the actual fuck? I don't understand how some people could be so in like the fucking matrix of I need to make money that they look at security vulnerabilities that literally thousands of users are going to experience with their SaaSes that they created, and your only response to that is I made a couple sales while all you guys were yapping about this big thing that I guess doesn't really affect me, or maybe it does because I bought ShipFast but I just don't care or something. And a bunch of other indie hackers started blocking Simon for simply pointing out these security vulnerabilities even though they have no interaction with him literally like whatsoever. And it doesn't even end here. Like, the situation gets even worse. Like, in one of his newer products, data fast, people were able to access other users' information. And apparently there was another vulnerability in ShipFast itself that allowed you to see people's email and their revenue that Mark Liu actually ended up fixing. But still, the fact that 4,000 sort of businesses or people have bought this and their data was just being exposed for God knows how long is insane. And that brings us to two tweets that Mark Liu put out in response to this situation, and they were not really good at all. The first one starts off by saying, I was a virgin an hour ago. I never blocked anyone after 3 years on Twitter, but my feed in the past 30 days is made up of developers who think the world can be fixed by more tests. Dozens of people try to screw my sites every day, and they claim a critical vulnerability issue because they could bypass a paywall or add special characters to their username. So fuck it. I block people who yap instead of shipping. I want to see posts of indie makers who build and print money keep shipping. What? First of all, not every single fucking Twitter post has to be structured like a LinkedIn bro sales pitch. And secondly, some of these are security data vulnerabilities, right? Like being able to access other people's information is something that's really fucking serious. And especially if some people aren't getting responses for like over 42 hours after pointing these vulnerabilities out, like what else are they supposed to do other than go public with the information? This is your product that you are charging people $200 for access. These people are trying to point out your security vulnerabilities. The response is not to throw a temper tantrum on Twitter and start blocking people for yapping instead of shipping. Like, I think we've taken this indie hacker ship mentality a bit too far at this point. And for the first time, I think in history, Twitter finally was able to agree on something in the comment section, because a lot of people came out and actually called him out for how much of a bad take this is. Like, most people realize if you are selling a product whose main purpose is to be like a boilerplate that does payment stuff, and the boilerplate itself can't even secure its own payments, like what does that mean for everyone else that's building on top of the boilerplate? There are actual security issues in your app and you block the person highlighting them. Fix the issues instead of complaining. Some unsolicited advice. You're getting a ton of free QA right now. Take it on the chin and make your product better. Stop having tantrums. Like, I do empathize for him. I understand a lot of people are coming for him and trying to like find all the small vulnerabilities they possibly can with the actual interaction. And a lot of these he doesn't think are that serious, like the whole username thing. But this is definitely far from the best response you can make, and it gets even worse. Because just this morning he released another post about the whole situation. Ethical hacking for the good of the community? BS. My server logs are on fire. Hundreds of bots crawl my API endpoints all day. They abuse my support pretending to be customers. I fixed the ShipFast paywall. You can't get it for free. Sorry. I hired someone to help me full time and ensure no real vulnerability issues. Indie hacking became a witch hunt. Everyone's pointing out bugs to burn each other. Back to shipping. And I mean, first of all, not to nitpick, but he literally said in the email that a lot of people are sharing the code around for free anyway, so I guess technically people still can get it for free. But the bigger issue here is he calls indie hacking becoming a witch hunt, when in reality, I think this is the first time he's faced any real amount of criticism for what he's sort of doing. I don't think any of this would have ever happened if he just made the template open source, but the fact that he's charging $200 for this, the fact that it's literally the cornerstone of his brand, who he is and how he brands himself online, to come out and say that people are pointing out bugs to burn each other is sort of insane. I mean, if you're consistently making that much money off the product, I don't see why it wasn't a priority earlier on in the process to hire somebody to maybe look into at least the people saying there's vulnerabilities in the application and having at least a small dedicated team to fixing the product and making it better over time instead of just moving on to the next product and the next product and the next product. And then to make matters worse, when people do point it out, you either don't respond or you go on Twitter and throw a tantrum about it. This isn't a witch hunt. This is people like, hey, people paid good money because they trusted the brand and they trusted what you were promoting, and you're not taking any of these concerns seriously at all. In fact, if anything, the reaction to this would make me worried if I was a ShipFast customer. Of course, in the comments, you have some bots saying things like, we're so back, great move, man. Better take a break from Twitter, to which Mark Lou says, logging off from my massage now. But again, most people are starting to understand that a lot of what's going on here is not really great at all. Particularly, I really like what this guy said. 1, ship fast. 2, break things. 3, fix it when it breaks. I don't get why he won't just admit that something went wrong. It's so easy for him to say, I get it, I'm fixing it. The new version is going to be way better
Get
and more
this off
secure.
my
His responses
screen.
come off as super defensive and also dismissive and just hand wavy that these issues are even a big deal in the first place. And I really don't understand where the whole indie hacker mentality went wrong. Like, I've been indie hacking and failing at it since like 2017. And back then when I started, it was all about just trying to make stuff that people wanted. And the best way to know if people wanted something was to ship fast. And that's sort of where the idea of shipping fast came from. It was getting something in front of the user, seeing if they enjoyed it or not. And if they did, building around it, adding support for it, building into something great. The whole build in public community has just turned into this ugly zeitgeist where all that matters is shipping and making money, bro. If you're not making money, if you're not getting sales and you're not shipping, you're just yapping, man. Like, I don't even know why you're on my timeline. I'm blocking you for that one. It's like, where did we go so wrong here? And to be clear, I'm not perfect. I probably would have made a bunch of the same mistakes Mark Lou made if I was making something like he did. I'm sure a lot of indie hackers would have. I know how hard indie hacking and I know how hard building a product and putting it in front of real users are. Like, I understand and I empathize with that. But I think if you're going to be making that much money and positioning yourself as I make all this money, it's probably worth it to hire at least 1 or 2 people to help out with the business so that you can actually cover these vulnerabilities. And 2, when people point them out, actually making like decent responses instead of things like this where you're just getting angry at the people who are trying to point these things.
Then we have we already have a title. So now what we need is a add-ons list. We have a potential price. The thing is, we only want to include the price. So what we can do, we could say type, we can say name equals, say type, say braid type. Type, and then we could say type equals a radio, right? And then we could say required equals, we want this to be true. And then we can do options. We will be stitch braids value shifty. We have stitch braids. Stitch braids full. We have stitch braids half head. Stitch braids full, stitch braids half. We have Fulani, knotless, and boho, and then we have custom touch up, and then any style listed, right? So that's 8. Right, so I'll just select this. I'll go. We already have 5. We have 6, right? So we'll take these 2 and then just copy those down here. We have stitch braids, and then we'll say half. Do stitch half and then stitch full. I wonder, do I have access to these labels? Okay. Referencing the services in my actual components. Do I have access to the labels of the radio buttons? So what? We'll just create objects for them instead of just actually saving them as a. It's okay. This will be funny. This will be do we have ray braids? Braids. Touch up. Touch up. Finally, we have not listed. And then what we'll have our options, right? So which will be similar to our add-ons. Options will be an array, and then depending, we're gonna give two arrays, right? One named amount, and then one named size, and then so another one. Its name will be options, and we'll say type equals and then we'll do options, or I guess fields. Do no, this name will be do type say say type, and then it'll be a text. Say I guess that's it for that. All right. We'll do another one. We'll say name. This will be price. Type. Also, what we'll do is this is going to be, call it on here, medium. Type radio, and then we'll do label. Yes. Do value true. So be so false. Also, what we'll do, we'll say admin. Say Vision. Say data. Say return. Data. and say return users amount dot includes data dot do is I'll just take this, just copy that. And there's none that need this. And I'll say uses size. Not this fucking bullshit again, bro. What enum? What is this talking about? Add-ons, add-on type. Where is this coming from? Why does this happen? And then there's no sort of documentation on what to do if this happens. It just runs this every single time. It's gonna run it every single time. Add on. Do 170. It's 120. Got plus, which is gonna be 220. So list. No options. What do you mean no options? It should show. Oh, that's why. Just save this for now. Go back to our. Go ahead and stream for the night. It's been 6 hours. Like once we get these services down, be nice and smooth for the rest of the landing page, and then the booking page will probably be the second part that takes a while because I gotta get that all set up. I'll probably get like an express server instead of doing everything through Next. Peace out, guys. See you guys. Deuces.